Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you. Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? Boring! Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you. Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Hi.
See, this is why.
Sorry for the background noise. We're playing 4.2. As you can tell, I did get Farina.
Yeah.
I'm very happy.
Every day.
She may be a level. She may be level 80 at the moment because I have a problem.
Why would you stab your five?
But Farina is best person. So yeah, we're gonna go do the 4.2 story quest. And maybe do her story quest. I haven't done I don't even know how you pronounce his name's quest yet.
5 years old.
So maybe
He's in critical but stable condition.
we can do his too.
You have to put me in somebody else's house. I would never want to be they gotta take her away from me. There's no way you get
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirrorbead! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
So I literally walked back in here. So I'll leave. What the fuck?
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
I will do it for them.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder...
Let's cross the Duke!
Marsley. What the fuck was that rumbling? I need to know. Sorry, I'm chewing pickles. Don't mind me. Because pickles are great. I'm pretty sure my siblings ate the rest of my pickles because I'm missing. Sorry. Pretty sure half my pickles are stolen. I was like, you talk about how great pickles are. They're amazing. And if y'all hate hamburger pickles, y'all are a disgrace because they're good.
Oh, I made that.
Tell me Farina is not adorable. She's so stinking cute. I love her. I've wanted her since 4.0 came out.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask... by the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yes.
Yeah? It's you two!
C-swing!
Are you leaving now?
Sadly.
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice! Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now! Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Don't be sad.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Well, you actually agreed. No.
Ah, so you do have a...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must... Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
No.
We'll do our best.
We're coming down here because I still have 9 story quests.
It seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of it. We should probably go report to... You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite...
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
How the freak do he get in college at 13?
You can enter college. Some people are. You can enter college at a certain age. Like there was one kid that was way too young.
Pickles are great. I got one left because I swear I had more. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Oh, let me shut the glass of the door.
The Palais Harmonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies, Monsieur Neuvillette did...
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take...
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full.
Everyone's so busy.
Hello, Nublet. How you doing? Totally encouraged story
Hello.
quest the other day.
You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are... In the meantime, please, have a seat. If...
That's all right. We just said...
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish...
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
That's fine.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. I came here to see you right away.
I had to mark down exactly the time.
A
Where
massive...
it
Do you
showed
have
up.
any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather a whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
oh, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarm.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole
Far from
phenomenon.
chewing loud.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Nadia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I...
There's no
But I
time to
did
lose.
hear
Let's
that
get going.
wrestlers said that
Please be
sometimes
careful.
They get kicked wrong, they do get hurt, and they get punched wrong, they get hurt. From the guy, and the one guy says, "I let you get away with that twice in a match. After the third time."
Still gonna hurt.
Yeah, I don't know how.
should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's...
Ring lights.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Where's Silver? I want to hear him say Poseidon again.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Run. Okay. Found you. Wait, where's the... no, I didn't even make it over there. Rats, I didn't even make it over there.
It's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Navia, pay attention. You know.
You're here.
We
Yes,
heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground,
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the
All right. I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed a head count.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Wait, where is Smilzy and Silver? I need to hear someone say Poisson.
Right. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Excuse me. Where's them to
And
it?
there she goes. Seems it might be a while before...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue, traveler. Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Why are we going to... Excuse me. Excuse me again. Where is post? I forget his name. Where's Silver at?
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation, plus
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Navia's crying.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry.
It's fine, Navia. It's okay.
Malus and Silver.
Oh!
They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
They died? No!
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time.
No!
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones.
No!
I didn't
What?
expect
No!
that you'd enjoy
Bring
a
our place.
glass of
I
red
even
wine
know.
in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey!
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you...
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered master...
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's...
Obena... Khan... So...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't... Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh my. What am I doing here? What the fuck you want? I like you now. But what do you want?
The knave?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to... As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no...
Thank you.
Wait.
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rest.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case. It was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to... As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
The only reason why she says that is because she's from Fontaine.
Natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day...
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates... As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding word.
You're right. I'm sorry. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and...
By the
way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yes, what do you want?
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do, traveler. I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will... My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And
So that's why the Fatui were...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with...
Oh! That's
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children...
Got it! So all we gotta...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Yeah.
You wish to join?
But are you sure you're up to exploring
Well, I'm sad, yes.
Yes.
But I can't just go. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. All right? The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us...
Do we get to play as Navia? I would gladly play as Navia. Where are we going? Down here. I will just take this. No, I haven't done the teleporters over there, shush. Is this just a random domain, or is this an actual domain? Or it's not a domain, it just looks like one.
So, are these the ruins the nave?
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in and
Just be careful.
Do we get to play as Navia? Full source thing, okay. So. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I keep burping. Oh? Hill trolls.
Shine down! Here comes the catch. Take it easy.
No mess with my screen. Hello. Okay, vámonos. Huh? Oh!
the floor here isn't safe.
No, Farina died! My Farina died. Farina's not dying, you thought. Okay, bye-bye. I just don't think why my Farina's not dying again. Excuse me. I'm gonna die in the water. Oh, fuck. Oh. Excuse me? Wait, I want the chest now. I didn't know it was a chest, and I want it. Climb, Farina. Jesus, 5 minutes to get up. Thank you. I want the chest. I didn't even notice it until, like, I seen it. Now give me this. Thank you. And now, goodbye.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
We can go in it, but Navia can't.
And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be on... don't get my wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait?
The water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up.
All right. Come with us for now, then.
I think we're gonna go in the water. For sure.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try
Oh,
climbing
yeah.
over from the side.
Yay. Oh, what the fuck is this? I don't know what this is. Huh? What the hell is trying to attack me?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it!
Didn't book it. Think I died. Nope. Cutscene. No, save Nadia. No, Nadia, no. Nadia, please don't die. I need another Jew person to replace Maito. Don't die.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself.
Hmm? Oh.
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we...
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's
flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important...
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Oh, it's gone.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall...
All right, but...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly...
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why we are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you...
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot...
Ah, well, if that's what...
How... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I'm good, dude.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of...
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Swanfield, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
I mean, Candy, don't mind me.
An independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
No, that still is
We
funny,
and
even though
Navia
nobody
are
don't
one.
care.
And you would call
You know that
this
is funny, but you
justice?
never heard
Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals? To become independent?
Justice? If your justice is flawed, then why should...
As you said, we can also have our own justice.
Wilson Dillon.
And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is...
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come...
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
What the fuck just happened? I don't know what just happened. I'm just eating candy, and then all I see is oceanids, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
No, wait! Just a second!
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta pee, so I will be right back.
Navia?
And beyond.
You're awake. Good.
Novelette's here. Hello.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so...
Please come with me.
Novelette, where are we going?
Nevertheless, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's...
Why do you look so stiff? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when the...
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not...
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's...
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope...
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Nevertheless...
Yes, of course.
He's a dragon.
This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Don't fuck with me. No, no. I fell. You want to explain to me again how I'm supposed to get back up there? Can't climb the wall. And now let me climb the wall. There we go. Now just use the wall and book it. Get on the wall. Climb the wall. Do this. Okay, where's Farina come to play? I want to see Farina. I'm gonna fuck with the rocks. They're so stinking cute. Alright, you know, hold on. Now let's book it again. Alright, and I'm gonna book it again. Oh, shit. This time.
Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Strike a pose! Let the world come alive! Busted. Game's up. Fun's over. Nada kundala.
I know you heard that I was speaking. It wasn't even on. Talking about how much I liked Farina.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get...
The fourth image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient...
Paimon's getting the chills just looking at... This says that it's the...
Farina is not being left alone.
That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope...
Still... Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the water's drowning fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here... The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Celestia.
As if...
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not... Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
But who would have created these slates
seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Chest time. Give me chest. Farina, take your money. There you go. Now we're gonna go talk to Farina. Where am I at? I don't know where I'm at. No, the thing is, I don't know where I'm at. I'm slow. I'm sorry. I'm currently have some congestive mucus, so I'm sorry. Oh, we'll eat this. I need a rain pop. It's the raspberry flavored. So we're okay now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's...
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a...
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person.
I will be carefully considering my...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you as a... Alright.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two.
Yay! And there's good food. Dessert. Hyman's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona?
That voice. Is that who I think?
Huh?
Mona, what the hell are you doing here?
It's you two. What are you...
We've been in Fontaine since, like, earlier. What the f are you doing here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scryglass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I... Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because...
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. much by surprise, however.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait,
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Star.
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me...
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mo?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid... There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
We know, Mona.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circuit. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected fun.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all.
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues. Huh? All right. I'll help.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we...
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. Here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our fun... Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up, traveler. We agree...
No. Spilled some on me.
Is something...
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have...
Farina? I love you, but the answer is,
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuse. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will say this once more. You must... Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. But you found them in...
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophet. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on this. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing for... You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Oh. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to...
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. Just trust in me. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh! the
Hey, friend. How you doing?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
I assume you've been outside.
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolute. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
I'm not doing that to her. If you don't want to speak, she don't got to.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. But who will lend us that?
Who? Why am I in a boat? Who's this person we talking about? Because I don't freaking know. I don't know what the hell's going on. My screen is black.
Well, that's everything. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally...
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing...
That's what family should do. Sit...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
I have a ring pop, I'm good.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler,
She coming home.
has brought us together to
Someone explain to me why her shirt is about to bust open.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And...
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
Keep going. Yes, Chlor9. Chlor9? Don't know how to pronounce your name, but speak.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wood...
Oh, didn't mean to laugh.
When we were younger. As for Lynette... oh, right. You were sick...
I've also gone diving to catch some...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons in our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the balling...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm
afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, what do you think?
Fear I do not have any related experience.
Because he's a dragon.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur.
Yes.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Yes.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremily was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't did you just pour some... Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten?
Wait, you are familiar.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the...
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the...
What is she talking?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
No, it's Paimon being Paimon.
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparation.
Did she have pink hair?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember, I'm
Yes, she's currently sitting, waiting to be built.
Prophecies are
Then
very
I got her
important.
for yet.
That's right! Paimon's got her something sense of...
Yes, about what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I would... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really
Like, go away.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I could...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Hey, bye, Mona.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a while. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the Traveler... Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's... Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress. Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. We're here! Paimon. That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems.
Wait, did he really say something like...
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I should have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about human. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feet. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after...
Food does make it feel better. Really does. Makes me feel better. Busy feel better.
And there she goes. Alright, let's dig in. Paimon.
Oh, excuse me.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with the sip. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food. Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a
Charlotte here?
chat.
Charlotte!
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the art?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make...
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over.
Oh, Paimon knows you're...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Font. So she mentioned me?
What? She said that you're a real dick.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive?
Huh? So your article in the paper today?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to...
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the Whew, so much to get done.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of... But anyway, that's my answer.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envied. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow... No, Paimon should ask if you could...
You ain't never do the rent?
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about... You mean, still traveling? Wait...
Because you have so much stuff that comes out the first week.
Don't matter, they don't do nothing, man. They do that on purpose.
So where's the hole we have to trap Frina part? We're not doing that. Frina, stop being trapped.
All they can do is mow the grass. That's all they do. Nothing else.
Feels like you're grown mold. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. Not only did...
Oh, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Merope. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally... Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House. And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary.
So what happened after that, is Farina?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we
So, you mean?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on.
Is that so? Well?
Okay, now we gotta go find Farina. And now we gotta go find her.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to... Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon, in that case, there's no...
Alright, Poisson, here we come. Farina! Farina!
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left
Is
here
that
are
her?
signs of devastation.
I can't tell.
Could
Farina, is that you?
really be here?
Farina?
Let's
Wait, I
try to
can't
find her
tell.
as soon as possible.
I think that's her. Farina? Farina! I'm playing my game, don't mind me. Hi, Farina.
That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's... Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean? Who did that uncivilized rabble think that they even dare to tout their Archon? Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette knows...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
You touch my Farina, I will beat you.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some that's against the rule.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with...
I don't even know if Farina wins. These stupid people want to freaking chase after her. Like, leave my Farina alone.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
We're gonna get that.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
That right there?
Yes. Farina, get in the freaking house.
given to the sheer enthusiasm.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding and...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. And the prophecy shall be
I kind of wish she had her long hair, but in her other one, she doesn't have it.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean fun indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we all fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost it just now. It all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Come on! I could have sworn you were actually be...
Wow, that's like a Giants play right there.
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my... witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars.
Yes.
In other words, you never... And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage...
What happened?
I said it won't even let me use my camera at all. I can't even open
Cutscene?
it. I wanted to scan this code in it.
Cutscene!
Take all that stuff out. All the videos and stuff, the videos don't matter. It's all on the thing. I mean, just start deleting. All the fuzzy ones, just delete them. I mean, I got them in my phone. I can listen back to anything you need. Everything I sent you is still in my phone. And I don't know what's in Jeremiah. Of course, I'm halfway through his diet.
What the fuck happened?
Stay off of it long enough.
Well, I charged it as much as I could.
Yeah, friend, now you gotta speak. Now speak. Now. Explain. Even though this is not what I wanted to happen. Speak. Now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes now. Without further ado,
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that
May I interpret these words as your refusal? In that
beginning with a video
you
where
will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
you would draw your blade against... I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
And delete text messages too, because I've been going in and deleting all, because that eats up memory too.
Paimon can't believe it.
What?
What's going on?
Wow. How utterly...
Lady Farina.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
My mom,
I raised my hands just now to indicate I will admit.
It kept telling me mom was full. That's what made me have to go and
I
delete
was
stuff.
unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am. But now it is I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the truth this time. Applaud and rejoice. One of the, mark my words, this
She's gonna cut her.
shall be one of the most exhilarating and
I don't feel like
brilliant
she's gonna cut her
shows ever
hair.
to grace the stage of Fontaine.
feel like Farina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this.
All right, then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Yeah, hi.
Is that so? Very...
Why don't y'all go against Farina? I don't have time for this. I don't want to do this. Hi, Farina. How are you doing?
Also, please allow me to ask just how much work...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straight.
Navia, the president...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoke. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second.
So, the ones who scoured the...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the opera, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between was an Archon instead of a My thanks, Farina. Without your help... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage...
Yes, that is...
Well, Florand, I must commend you for your... As for you, traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived.
I think it's wrong. A mission?
It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books already.
We're gonna have to wait. I'll go to the bathroom again.
That's why they dropped it. That's why we're just gonna just
think that you'd wind up getting to the... This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a...
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going to...
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me if you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then how...
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't First of all, you may be a member of another...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd...
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally... But in light of this claim, perhaps what I said...
You sensed it too, huh, Nervilette?
Lady Farina...
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I... Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why for centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the...
referenced the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the—
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is while the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made—
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since. You can't argue that just because a divine creation—
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't—
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of—
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide—
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? It
seems like nobody's buying Farina's—
Hey, come now, everyone! Please don't stare at me as if I was— I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved! Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed—
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
That's another thing me and Melissa was talking about, how these people increasing the companies that increase it without asking you.
I'm not the
and
real
next to now, all of a sudden
Archon,
you owe money.
then
No, you can have that.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can—
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. That doesn't sound— It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve—
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the air, including those of— So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people just— I do hope you'll act prudently. And
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is—
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basic.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
what's going on?
Is she really?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defense.
Siege, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few
Siegewing!
seconds. Let me That should be.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may.
What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected, we don't want anyone else to.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used for. I can't.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of. Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your arc.
None of us are believing you, Farina, until you explain us the prophecy.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Hyman doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her.
Again. No, why would. Excuse me, why we gotta do this to Farina?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human, who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict.
I swear this audio comes like every time the way Nouvellette says the, or I can't even pronounce it. Myself. That problem.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
Well, what's wrong?
No, the Oratrice.
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. It's been given to the very...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's... Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Cutscene? Cutscene? Is it cutscene time? Where's my cutscene?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Hi, Fermat.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it.
Any mission, Father, is...
Is that the first prophecy slate? So the news privately arranged for Fremine to...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record of the
Sorry.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
So what do you see?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the...
Bless me. I'll put these in order.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to some... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first.
I have to put these.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon... This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
This one?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilet mentioned, and... It's not as simple as falling into... When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon and... The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believe. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophet, if we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. Converge. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're not real.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into OC. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera epic.
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slate, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the... Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the...
Okay, because I need to know some of what's happening.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority, not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of...
So you...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth... A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are human. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial... The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers...
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will all...
Traveler, I would like to point out another about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it.
Challenge again.
This eruption is just a small warning of the things to come.
It was both dream and
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea.
the truth,
I
the
know it
original
is.
sin, the trial,
What is it?
and
The
the
world
root
boss.
cause of the disaster.
Oh, yes, yes. Yes, the world boss, because the world boss is a big ass whale. I don't know why the fuck I did that. It's the world boss. Book it now. Child! It's your boy, Child! Not gonna lie, I like this world boss, but it needs to go back in the hole. Where I came from. My child. This is where you've been. No, child, fall back in. He fell back in.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you...
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the... It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Ocean...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontaine.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a...
Battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to happen. Anyway, now that we know that this whale...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could note it. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
That's not something I will We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
I don't remember what she said.
The prophecy.
Yes.
Yes. What has... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen... Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter...
Cutscene time.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, I still need answers.
Huh? Who is that? Who the fuck is that? I need to know. Who is that? I see her for 2 seconds. Who is this? Someone tell me who this lady is, because I don't know who she is. Is this the previous Hydro Archon? Or is it her? I have no idea.
Sorry.
Oh, it's the previous one.
Expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign.
Fosolo. Why did you
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else, too. If I was just the heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heaven...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to... And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly prince. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Okay, no. we mentioned how full solar, well, not full solar, Farina has split personalities. So this is full solar, what she tends to be Lady Farina. I'm going based off she has two personalities, because if you look at her, you know, Farina's form, Farina has two different color gloves and two different color eyeballs. So based on my knowledge, she's a split person.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me, although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids? Transformed?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
So she is split. Okay, I was correct.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan... Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress. To play the part of the under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called...
Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other Orden. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for... It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and...
Why is me? I need to get up that game, right?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my Augustus. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon. Dissipate! Lightning, terrible! Here comes the catch. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
What'd you say about the brown sugar?
Not gonna lie, I kind of like Farina. I don't like this Focalor person. I like Farina's attitude.
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are...
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How...
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me.
Where's
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved.
Oh.
What's going on? I can't...
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. I will tell you how to save everyone.
Oh, so there's still hope as for the suffering. But if the prophecy will come true, I'll if there were scales with all the people of Fontaine.
You truly are the perfect human. I suppose this would also be the Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new
play as.
That's right.
Back there too.
You must begin a never-ending math. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do that?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not. So, how
to accomplish this mission? You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years, but I promise.
A trial. Huh.
Act 2. This is where Farina cuts off her hair. Cause she didn't have long hair in like her character form. The character you like get to play as. Oh, I'm supposed to go the other way. Oh well.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most... ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will... As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Some kind of joke by the Maison. I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans and calm down, Furina. Think assertive, with a strong sense of presence. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. Here, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut. Now then, let us...
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were in...
Personality. It's quite shocking. I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must, may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the... There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese. So long as I stand before the Oratrice.
Oh, where's the hair cutting part off? I need some of these. Act 3.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for you.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine...
No need for fright. Do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. the trial I await.
Alex from Boy Scouts?
Lady Verena, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Oh, all right. Deoteria, is it? Is your sense of...
You remember? He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you. And to bring your...
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
You're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way...
Really?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any... Maybe this is fine. I just... All right.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, Wait.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly
Lady Farina, it's like a dream. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria. Almost...
And what a fine family yours is indeed. What is it? Good sit.
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god who's
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
That's why we like Farina.
I want to tell
Oh no, there's too
someone,
many of those.
anyone about this. I have conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain
No,
this.
I didn't. Well, I just. This ain't. What just happened? I didn't have to sit here for hours. I just watched whenever time that they.
Farina,
It happened
you
right
don't
at the
have to show
beginning of
this
it.
book, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing
I was
to
just
share
showing
your...
them.
Share. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my...
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me.
A witness. Yes. And if Tevat is in its entirety... She's right. I could, but if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina. You should... But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway?
Nope.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never think about it. Long and hard.
The cutscene starts.
Yeah, but I can't.
No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to win.
I must be hitting the
You went all the way back.
Fine.
But it's right at the 9. Well, it's part of it. It's at the 10, but 10. Remember, 10 minutes. There's a whole minute that goes by.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her...
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first... She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5... It seems that trusting human...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has been... I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you my work over these last 500 years? But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was... The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated.
There we go.
All
Trust
of your
me.
plan.
I know because the girl next to me has the world title belt on.
Accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Arc.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your
Returning what's rightfully yours to you. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But there we go. We are the ones right there. I got my black hat on. There you go. And that's the girl with the belt.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall
that's
soon
the
be
girl.
yours once more.
Oh, I think she got
Hydro
up.
Dragon Sovereign.
I think she wanted.
All
That's what she
you've
got
done
up.
throughout the years
To go get something to
is
eat.
just so you can sacrifice yourself.
I've never quite seen it
It's
that
not
way,
gonna
you
blow up,
know.
Aaliyah.
Even now, I'm quite...
You got the picture?
Oh,
How you drew a circle
Hydro
around it?
Dragon, don't cry.
Hi, Ava. Cooking class.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have
You can see
eagerly
how I'm like
restored
pushed
the
over
power
because she's
of the
like
primordial sea.
bombarding me.
And the heavenly principles stole. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers Speaking of justice, I have always believed that just so, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, in other words, exists defying the prophecy and ensuring that at this point, we, whether it be myself, Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, in the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. You are a devious, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nervilette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
I got a new letter.
What just...
Was that bright light some sort of mystery?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast. I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means. And now we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice, the root of the calamities. Come with me, traveler. The hour... Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power. We shall look for an opening
together. There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Gotcha! Game's up. Time's over.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. It will present itself. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress the root from within.
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Dissipate! Out of my way! Let the world collide!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me.
I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen.
That power.
Paimon has an idea. It's just that he gave us the impression that she was less.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted. All in all.
Miss
The point.
Well, being that this pet. So what sort of person is your master? Well.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Still nothing?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's a.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep sea. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding! It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
Are you alright?
We're safe.
So the prophecy's been wrong this entire time. It should have been wrong from the beginning. Well, it probably was. But it should have been wrong since freaking Fontaine existed.
The soil renewed. The Sweena di Rasula tax post-disaster reboot. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie. Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of people always call the first research. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia? They sound like...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into this. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time we'll be... Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially... But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
Or, of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and fresh. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after.
Wow,
You really...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess, too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete...
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the Fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to...
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte...
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear...
Sir, please don't say things like...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very...
No, I just... This is...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've the boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying...
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will...
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place...
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just... I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them...
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually,
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and as to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Tell me.
There'll be a next time.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right, last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a...
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest event.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't... After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervilette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a
diplomatic gift!
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for this that only Nervilette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of...
Isn't he real busy and... But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on...
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to...
That is our duty as har- Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many Switching my masks is something I've Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? Oh.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our...
I would...
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing?
Our bond is strong.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine
It is strange how...
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the...
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy up... Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring Nar. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential. As for the judgment passed by the whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalors had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they find. Hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need. As such, it has lost all. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know. I have investigated his case along, but whether it be by as for the judgment passed, whether it was due.
Guess Fossil. Hang on a second. Back when Fontaine.
Life has always.
Yeah, Lynette said the.
In truth, even those Osea. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina.
Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened. She simply said that she was tired. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an
but she's still got a place to...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by my...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power, as such, before I attend to my other... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Wow. This ancient
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain.
The Captain?
I suggest that you fully ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got... When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. there might be some reason for it that only...
No. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting...
what is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting it. I can finally catch the scent of it. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak.
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
Remains? I've never...
According to your parlance, I believe...
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should... To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who...
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger that...
So how are we enjoying it? So Force Slayer is like hidden somewhere. The reason I've been muted is because I keep like spitting out like the mucus in my throat. So sorry about that. I don't want you to hear me spitting because that's kind of gross, even though you kind of already have, but still it's kind of gross. So yeah. Who is trying to invite me? Stop running my world. You're not coming in.
That's what she told
Who
me.
is this?
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information.
The remains of the... So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
I forgot I am the fourth
That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descent. I wonder.
No, let's not think about this. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third, that's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
Alright. Whatever the case is...
Yes. All of Focalors' efforts were for this moment.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Is it over? I think it is. It's over. Welcome. Hi, friend. How are you? You don't talk about this. We'll look at my Frina. Hi.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? We're doing Frina story quest because that's how.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge morning tag, perhaps? I'm not just being enthusiastic. We're all friends now.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding.
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately...
That does sound like a tricky situation.
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to...
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Trap? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? Partner approved. Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two? Are you really?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous and fun. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience.
I see. It's okay. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, one last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood. And unfortunately, it flared up again recently. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a...
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. What if we sponsored the show?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes... We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... That's how you know we're the best of partners. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're...
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be...
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including... Well, yet... Fair enough. I mean, I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested.
No point in stressing about that. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news.
Wait, where does Farina actually live now?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Thank you, Catherine.
When did you get...
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. It is my duty to support commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina.
Not friendly anyways.
What is wrong with you? You got something in your hand? Oh, give me that Corona. I don't want it. Sit there dancing under the collar. Why? Oh, you're fighting your blanket again. Oh, this blanket just likes to fight. Oh, the blanket won.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just,
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot.
Okay, when did popping on a thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home, not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude. questioning. It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I rarely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my... Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like the letrofosa.
Ah, there it is.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time.
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either!
My help?
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help!
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then... So tell me, what... I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way to... After all, I was once the brightest star in AaliyahTheBum. But, given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must... How
come?
It's true, but I have made... Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character... Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any...
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick.
Whether it's a one-off or not, if I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself. So I'm not going to perform.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do? Do you know any other actors who might be interested?
Nope.
Short into the...
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now. They'll probably just laugh. True, but... I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Oh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment.
Well, is there anything else we can...
Have I not made myself clear? Sorry. I didn't mean...
It's alright, Furina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried... Yeah, I guess that's all we can do.
Toodaloo to you.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Furina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my...
Shortly after you left, the troop's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
Sorry. I was just dealing with a little
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
I see. Well, you see, our leading lady has just...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the school...
Jeez, is Lady Furina
Only joking, calm down. So, despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were...
Look, there's no point arguing. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again... So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So, the last thing I want is to be left out. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too...
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hi, Farina. How are we doing?
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot... Alright, I'm coming.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a...
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then but in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Farina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that, and no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Farina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe. She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in the serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart. It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being—
Yes, exactly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After— I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for— I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member, but only if you feel this is something that would—
Oh, most definitely!
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though.
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability. What about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart, and slowly take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before. And
still a fan of your old dramatic model? You just want to get back in on the action.
No. This is a completely different situation.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a... All right, follow me. We'll...
Let my name echo in song! The show begins!
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production of the little... These two over here are the ones that made it possible.
You bet! That was the
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the...
So, you were saying?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show...
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script. But the deadline's passed, and we still haven't heard from him. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop! You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson? Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show. So, allons-y. To Poisson!
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress, playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with. So,
What the fuck you looking at, you rat? Take the water bottle and smack across the head.
grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, it's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Did they place the order?
I don't know.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared.
Ice cream, but it's slowly melting.
Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before,
Here you go.
I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, I completely understand and accept. Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially... I guess I wasn't quite ready for...
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rosula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there.
Oh, excuse me. Don't fuck with my Farina.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but The years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of me one after another. People were taken by the water. All those they thought their god would protect them. They had, and all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing it.
I've had to go through so many moments for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on,
Sorry.
It got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined this.
A reward? I guess so.
Get that security breach done. I helped you do half the game.
I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Furina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one... That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought...
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now, at least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the...
Sure! Okay, let's head back.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to... Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he... outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid. Yeah.
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to... If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing.